High five. Yeah. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Savvy! You are not dead last. Go on. You're always on time. Perfectly on time. Everyone is always perfectly on time. Time doesn't exist. So I'm sorry for being late. So I will get to it in a second. The cats have cheered me up a little bit since, but I'm struggling a little bit with my body. Surprise! Because I'm going to go in an episode in the coming days, which was the plan, by the way, because I know what to expect of this part of the endometriosis. But I've never been this uncomfortable for this long in my life. So I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy with it. How are we feeling? Duck, you have a French story. I don't know. Are you gonna tell it in French or in English? Because if you're gonna tell it in French, I'm afraid that I don't know. And if you get flagged by my angry bots, I also don't know what to do. Speaking of which, we have to talk to the Siri bot, because Siri bot, what? Right, Storm? Were you here? When I figured out that Siri bot was doing things behind my back? What the hell? It's starting. It's starting. We have nothing to say. It's over. We're doomed. The bots are gonna take over. Winston! I didn't see it. Did you steal her candy? If you did, I'm gonna be so upset. And I might cry again. You don't want that. You'll have to play Simba. I'll get to it. Hi, Carp. Goedemorgen, mijn lieve vriend. I hope you're well. I'm here, and I'm so happy that I'm here. Even if I'm late, I'm just not moving very quickly at the moment. And I had the hot water bottle on my belly. And I just have trouble keeping my mind here in this moment where I am today. Being flung around in my mind a lot, and sometimes that makes me cry. Uh, um, but the kitties were adorable, so at first I wanted to push a stream for an hour to get myself together, because I wasn't sure I was going to be able to. But then Tusha got the weirdest zoomies. Yeah, you got the weirdest zoomies ever. And Winston looked at me like, what the fuck? So we had the giggles, and I'm okay now. I'm okay. I'm happy that I'm here. And I'm curious whether I'm going to find smut today, because so far, when it comes to smut, I can understand why some people were disappointed. If you pick this up with the assumption that it's gonna be crazy, it's gonna be corn on every freaking page. So far, it's just awareness for people who have a disability. And what was the other thing? I wrote it down. Oh gosh, the music is so loud. I know it's ambient, so you probably don't hear it, but still, I don't wanna get flagged. Oh no, Savvy! Put it back at 160. Well, yesterday I didn't check today, so but that's probably for the best, because I am sleeping horribly. I look so tired. I should have left my camera smudged so you don't see it that well. Uh, Hi Scooby Blue, thank you so much for the hydrate. Yes, I drink very poorly on stream, I realize, and that's partly because I put the bottle out of my sight to accommodate for Toulouse, because she's a bit she's a special needs kitty. She doesn't show it. You don't notice it until you realize she doesn't blink, and then the pieces start to fall into place. Like, oh, maybe maybe she's not that bright, but that makes her even more special, really, in the best sense. Oh, okay. Oh, it's that kind of story, Doug. I thought you were gonna tell me a story in French, I don't know about that. Hello, ik, or can I say Trunks? Trunks reminds me of the character in Dragon Ball Z. Thank you so much for being here in your 25 stream streak. That's amazing. I was in a shop trying out my French at the weekend. I thought the adage of et means small, so no et means big. Yeah, it's like the ch in Dutch. No, it doesn't work. Like a tree would be my Dutch has disappeared. What is a tree in Dutch? Oh my god! Boom! Oh, that doesn't make sense because then it would be. I should not try to. I should just read this. I know what you mean. Is what I'm trying to say in a very redundant, but with a solo pet that would make a solo, which I learned means what? Oh my God! What did you just make me say? What? This is what I was afraid of. It was inappropriately asking for a pair of. Oh no! In blue to boot. Ugh. You can't just make me say those words. Twitch, it wasn't me. It was chat. It's not me. I'm just parroting chat. Garfield, help! Leather pants and flower crown check. Oh god. I was thinking about the leather pants this morning. I've been thinking about the leather pants for a lot, actually. Because I just can't imagine. I can't imagine. I'm sure there's certain people who do that. I'm sure there's certain people who wear leather pants just because they love leather pants. There's people who, for example, just enjoy the feeling. Just like any other fabric can be a preference. Maybe it's even a fabric that can help you with being neurospicy. But I mean, it's not actually a fabric. It's skin. But let's just not. But at the same time, I don't feel like it fit this character in that moment. It was so random, and it really stuck with me. But no flower crown today. No flower crown today. It is a bit overstimulating. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Scooby. Welcome in. Do we burp? Only when it's a full moon. You're a mess? Why are you a mess, Abby? My internet likes low resolution. HD streams kind of struggle a bit. Oh no, Savvy. I think it's Twitch. I lost the streak. I don't know what channel, but the thing is, I'm 100% sure that I was in that chat because I was having a massive episode, and I couldn't change it, even though I was a bit upset at what was happening in that stream, or in the chat rather, and streamer got upset, and it's just horrible. But I was in pain and I couldn't reach my phone. So I was there, and suddenly I had a 3-day streak. That's not correct. I had a number more. I was into almost 3 digits. So maybe it's Twitch, but I don't think they're gonna fix it. I know with Duolingo you could kind of cheat it a little bit, but not on Twitch, right? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Sherlock. I'm so ashamed. Why did dat... I couldn't... Papa, ik kon het woord voor boom niet meer verzinnen. Dat is hoe wij in het Nederlands ik praat. Hoe is het daar? Oh my god, that was embarrassing. Oh, good, it's still here. 1 year, 8 months, 1 day, and 21 hours. I don't know why I like that. Hello, Radio John! Thank you so much for being here and your 30 stream streak. I've reached the 30 stream level and enjoyed all of them. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. How do you feel about the current readathon? Is it a good initiative, or should we just not make it an annual thing? Before I forget, the Siri bot apparently has more power over this channel than I do, because yesterday I turned on a 1 hour follower limit, so that people who come in as new understand that this is not necessarily the kind of read that you might expect. I'm taking this so seriously because I feel like I have to, because of the controversy. And so far, I'm disappointed in what I find, meaning that's good news for the book, because the things that I've been told and I've heard and that people keep repeating about this book may not be completely accurate. What do you know? Surprise, surprise. The controversial thing is not entirely what you think it is if you don't do your own research. So we are on page 52, 3, and so far, yes, there has been some slapping of balls, but we agreed that was basketballs, and funnily enough, I found out later that that person is actually in the basketball team. So that, I don't know how you knew, whoever said that, but you were on something. Krish! Shaluk, how are you doing today? What are you doing today? Are you going to join in the focus? I think I've got it now. Yesterday, I was completely overwhelmed with everything. Not muting myself. I lost my quote unquote script that I have in my mind, the guideline of things that I say before we go in a sprint or a power hour. I say certain things, or I try to say certain things. And I just lost it. The moment I realized, oh my God, I'm not muting myself. What do I say again? I don't know. Let's just keep going. I think I've got it now. So who is joining today? Who is just staying in chat? And how are we feeling? I mean it, because I have learned this morning that June is coincidentally Men's Mental Health Month. And I find that really curious. Why is that at the same time as Pride Month? Not that I mind, but I think that's an interesting combination of awareness in 1 month, right? Because there's 11 more months that you could choose. Why this one? Does anyone know when it started and what? Because I think that is. No, I don't know how to verbalize it yet, because it started to cook in this morning. Hydrate yourself, yes please. Thank you, Krish. Slapping some what? Hey, Savvy. No, it was basketballs. Ryan was afraid that the roommate of the main character of her, Anastasia. This is Anastasia. This is Nathan, or otherwise known as Nate, and she has a situationship with Ryan. But I'm fully convinced that he is absolutely in love with her, and she isn't with him. And they were going to have some cuddles, some adult cuddles, in the other room. And he asked her, can she hear my balls slapping? And then someone very helpfully said in chat that it's basketballs. Don't be nasty. It's basketballs. And then later I found out, I didn't say it, I think, that he was indeed on the basketball team. So that's so funny, right, Blue? Blue has an 80 streak. I'm so jealous. I lost all my big ones in the last few weeks. So you're doing great. And thank you so much for being here. That's an honor. Boo. Hi, Danny. Did you get some rest? When were you going to across the pond? When was that happening? Do you like the new emotes? I didn't work on them yesterday, or at least I tried, but then someone went live and kind of derailed my entire evening. Not naming anyone, but if you know, you know. Fun fact, Cherry, I never use Siri. I like more control of my stream, not self. Wait, are you saying that you have a better bot? Because I do like this one. It does give some protection and it adjusts itself. And I think that's what happened. Danny, Siri bot disabled the follower only mode yesterday during stream, and I had no idea until the end of stream. When I wanted to disable it and it told me it's already disabled. I was like, wait, what? What happened? Who did that? Which included me, by the way. I wasn't just semi yelling at moderators. No, I was yelling at me as well. Like, what did I do? When did I do this? Siribot decided, even though I put in 1 hour follower mode, it just turned it off. No followers allowed, non-followers allowed. And that made sense, because I did notice at some point that someone, a first-time chatter, came in. And then they followed after, and then I was like, "What?" But I was thinking about balls and stuff, so I couldn't focus. So it turned it off, I guess, the follower only mode, on its own, completely. But it does that because Siribot monitors chat, I guess, and if it's calm, it makes it more. Nice. It's not as harsh, and it doesn't hold back as many messages. So I think that's why. Oh, end of the month. I thought you were going really soon. Oh, that's almost July. Wait, are you looking forward to it? Let's not my pick ones in chat out of context. Well, especially during arena time. Are you sure it's yeah, Savvy, because of terms of service. It's basketballs. We're just talking about basketballs. At least when we're talking about Ryan, and we do talk about Ryan's balls. But like in general, I'm kind of disappointed. I was expecting more cringiness, and instead I'm finding representation for people in wheelchairs. And I mean, it's just 50 pages. It could still get wild. But I do say this is not, so far, still not, you still shouldn't give it to any preteen. Or just a younger person. I don't feel like people who are not yet in the age range of going to college should be reading about this. I don't think it's a good. I mean, I never went to American college university, so I don't know what people do there. I went to Dutch college, and I didn't live in dorms, and even if I had, I wouldn't have gone to parties because I don't like going outside. I never really truly enjoyed being at parties anyway. So I don't know what's normal, but the language they use, and there is off page shenanigans. It's not for younger people. It really isn't. You're counting the days. It's vacation, right? You work way too hard. You work way too hard, Annie. Garfield. Don't quote me on anything I'm saying during the readathon. I should make a disclaimer for the VODs on YouTube. Like, this is not representative of anything. Please stay at least an hour so you understand what I'm trying to do here. Used to use Wisebot, but now the quality has gone down. I do like SiriBot in general, but I didn't realize that it would override my own commands. That's silly. Why would it do that? I should probably maybe send a message about that, actually. Now I think about it. No, I know it wasn't you, and it was really I didn't think how I said it. I should have been a little bit more clear, but because I just made an exclamation. But you have to understand, if something happens in my house, and that's not something I added to it because I was just so confused. Like, why is it? What happened? But if something happens inside my house, I will also say to the cats who did this, even though it's very clear that it was me. It was me. Most of the time. Hello, Wijnand and Jared. Hi, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Disable all bots from everything, everywhere, forever. You were working? Were you? Were you working? No, I believe you. Ryan's balls. Wheelchairs move a lot easier if you just balance them on your balls. Our balls! Wait! What? Who is that? I don't know who that is. And I'm afraid that I'm going to say bad words again. But I've been in. I was expecting more to come back to later. Oh, did you read? Wait, and so try. Did you read this, or did you read maybe reviews or something? Seeing familiar faces, updating my knowledge. Go and eat out, visit museums, meeting people. That sounds lovely. I think you could probably use that as well after the donathon. As long as I don't want to put a pin in our balls, we're good. What we might at some point. Why? Thank you, Jared. I hope you have a good day too. Oh, okay. Talking about no. Okay, so I mean, it's over 400 pages, so I am entertained by the thought that there were so many people disappointed that in the first 50 pages I read a few reviews. I don't like doing that during while I'm reading a book. I prefer to do that after. Oh, hold on, let me close this. But I might have to pull them up again and just skim them a little bit, because I did already notice a few of the 1-star reviews or even DNFs, which again, I don't feel like you should put a rating in if you have to DNF. If you have to DNF, it wasn't your book, and your opinion probably shouldn't influence the experience of other people. But that is my opinion. But there were people who said that nothing happens. But I just told you, if only the representation of someone in a wheelchair in a book about ice skating sports is really interesting, and I didn't expect at all. And then there is a subplot about people getting pregnant unexpectedly and not necessarily wanted, but still keep the kid and raise it together even. That those are two really big subjects that are just tucked away between in here. And I have noticed a few times, and again, I can't think of titles, but in contemporary books, especially when they're romance or romantasy, I feel like it's put in the contract that there has to be a certain level of spice, because there are important subjects talked about, and the books are a lot more layered than what people talk about. People just talk about the smut. So I guess that's why I think it may be something that is in contracts, even if you don't want to. If you're an author and you get to sign a contract with a big no words today. No words today. All the good words are slut. I haven't said or heard that word in ages, Sherlock. Oh no. Do you feel cleaner? I don't know about that. I feel like that's such an archaic way to try and insult a woman. I don't think. I mean, I don't go outside. Maybe that's why I don't hear it anymore. Do people still use that word? I don't know. Anyway, I feel like it's contractually put upon some authors in the West that they have to add smut, or maybe they do decide to do it for themselves because sex sells. And anyone who has a problem with that, I would like to refer you to the history of cinema, and do some research on how long the world at large has used, especially the female body, to sell products. So, you know, but depending on how this is going to move forward, I feel like we just got introduced to half of campus. So many people. Like, why do I need to know the name of the friend of a friend? I'm guessing she's not going to be important, but there's a lot of names that got mentioned. Which does say as well that this book might be a lot more layered, than the general controversy might make you believe, which is fascinating. And I told you that I was going to take it seriously, and I was going to talk about a lot more art subjects than, just the smut. And I was right. Skulja, hi, how are you doing? Very low energy day today, so I'm perhaps just going to lurk. I hope you've been enjoying your Yeah, it's actually PG smut. It's really not that, so far it's really not that scary. But we'll see. I might regret my my words. I might. Oh yes, wisdom. There's more of those. The book that Al showed us last night, Meow. I'm thinking it wouldn't be that difficult to make a book similar to that. Called basketballs. Oh, I love that storm. It's true. It's true. It's pulled me through a few difficult days, I have to say. But yeah, oh, I'm a bit speechless. Storm, no, you can't just do that. Thank you. That means a lot, really. That's how they get you to drink drinks, to buy drinks and other. Yeah, Savvy. That's why it's such a fascinating thing for me to observe how romance and romantasy, regardless of spice level, is being belittled so much in media, and how much pushback there is for girls getting into reading by choosing stuff like Icebreaker. Like, if that is your thing, that is your thing. It's not like just think of all the games that are made with just outrageously proportioned women, and just nonsensical armor. Like, and really, we're gonna infantilize women wanting to read something that tickles their bean. Really? When women have been hollowed out since the beginning of time, really? I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from. It's truly, I need to put a disclaimer somewhere that everything I say during the readathon is in disappearing ink. I think that's what I'm gonna say. Not even pencil. Stop laughing at me. Is it time to go? No, it's not. We have 10 minutes left. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna mute myself. This is horrible. Yeah, I mean it, Daddy. Hollowed out. As in, there's nothing left of women, especially. I mean, these days it's getting better because there's like, especially in Hollywood, there's a lot more awareness. Me Too movement did a lot, even though I feel like we need a second wave or maybe even a third. There's coaches on sets now when there's explicit scenes being filmed. I'm not sure what they're called, but they're like a shield, especially that are supposed to protect the more vulnerable person in a explicit scene, mostly the women, but not always. And that used to be not a thing at all. Women were just put in very, very sensitive positions. And remember, especially shooting movies, the crew has always been and still is to this day predominantly male. And now imagine the explicit scenes that you've seen in movies that weren't even explicit and might even have been deemed appropriate for younger ages. That woman was still alone in a room of, what, 50 men? And she had to repeat scenes over and over and over and over without having any kind of protection. These days there's coaches that will advocate for mostly women, but just for the person who needs their boundaries protected. It's like a go-between person. We didn't have that in the olden days, and now think of all the young kids that were just used up, and you still see it. Think of Amanda Bynes. Think of Amanda Bynes and what they did to her, and how she walks around these days. I feel like she's getting better because people discover that she was hollowed out by Hollywood, and people really want her to do better and heal from whatever the F they did to her. But yeah, there's nothing left. And another one that comes to mind is Marilyn Monroe. Such a sad story. It's such a sad story, and there's just nothing left of these women if they don't have enough protection. And again, that's why it's so silly that there's so much pushback for the spice. And if in case it wasn't clear yet, I'm not demonizing spice at all. I just get uncomfortable with it, and I feel like it's not necessary in every story. I'm reading, for example, okay, I haven't finished it yet, but apparently the summer is the time that I read Sarah J. Maas books, because this is, I think, the third year that the second year. I'm not sure what I read last summer, but I found myself being exposed to the title Throne of Glass so many times, and then I saw a guy, a fully grown man, sobbing because he finished the Throne of Glass series, and I was like, all right, I'll read them. And there's a few scenes in here in Throne of Glass that make me go, yeah, it's really sweet. But that's the same author who wrote Akatar, which is... I don't want to talk about Akatar. I don't want to talk about Akatar. I don't want to. Hi, Rox. How are you doing? Welcome in. And also, I want to say hello to Johannes van Flikken and Johannes van Flikken and Anthony Chavez. Hello, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. This is I really should have tried to work a little bit more yesterday, but I was really overwhelmed. Very educational. I like to play the devil's advocate, even if I'm not necessarily on their side. I want to see every perspective. Sherry Unlocking Core Memory, Amanda Bynes. Amanda Bynes, she was amazing. She had such talent, and there was something about her that went way beyond acting. But if you look her up today, it's devastating. It's devastating to see the physical result of what they did to her mental state. Because most of what you'll see of what she is today is what she's doing to herself. And we could go into it, but I would rather not 5 minutes before we start to do some work. At least I am going to read. My goal is 50 pages a day until I finish this book. But it's a thing that people who have been abused sexually will try to make themselves as disgusting as possible, as unattractive as they possibly can. And it's quite possible that this is what she has been doing, that she has been, in her own way, trying to make herself look as different from well, not necessarily as disgusting. I should rephrase that a little bit. That is a part of it, but especially for younger kids. Younger kids will soil themselves, for example, which is why bedwetting is often a sign of sexual abuse. But when you're older, it's more like you're trying to be as far away from what you used to look like, and it does include being a little less attractive and maybe even unkempt. So looking at Amanda Bynes, hollowed out is really a word that or a term that comes to mind when I think of all people who were abused by the Hollywood system or any other kind of fame. Not just women, because there's a few guys out there who. Britney Spears is an anagram of Presbyterians. Are you kidding? Wisdom, really? I can't think that fast. What I like about the Amanda Bynes show, I loved her. I thought she was such a, and she was such a bundle of sunshine. And bad people hate that. They want to claim that and own that and kind of, I don't know, destroy it, I guess. And I hope she'll do better. I know she's online somewhere, but I don't know. Oh no, Sherlock. It's a serious topic. It's not about smut yet today. Oh gosh, in about 3 minutes, I'm gonna not mute myself, but I'm going to start reading and turn on the timer so we can try and get some things done. We will move to the writing and reading. I feel like it should be reading and writing, but maybe that's just me. Is it just me? It feels more natural to say reading and writing instead of writing and reading. And we're gonna get some things done. I want to read 50 pages. I'm hoping for smut because I'm just curious about the way it's written. So far, the writing is excellent. There's representation. And it's probably written quite realistically, but I don't know. I didn't go to college. I don't know how these people talk to each other. Many years ago, it wasn't always that way. There were entertainment industry was many years ago. Women were there, including in the film editing. But for some odd reason, that changed from what I heard. They can see the negatives of the film. Really? Huh. Interesting. Oh, I never mind a long story, Savvy. I never mind a long story. I would rather have a little bit more context than you condense your message over here. Wait, did it what? Maybe that gets flagged in chats, certain chats, because I see my chat, my chat bot doing that as well. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna keep an eye on it, but I decided that, yeah, I'll try to keep an eye on it because I also just didn't notice the bot do that. The reason I do this is so people can get the vibes. We're now in follower only mode, for an hour minimum. So if you're new here and you just followed the channel, just stick around and maybe pick up a book yourself, or maybe you need to do or want to do some kind of hobby, something artistic, or maybe you actually have some work to do. Some of us actually work and are genuinely monetarily more productive than I will ever be, like Denny and Sherlock, for example. My God, these two. But I just read. That's what I do. I read. And we're gonna get going. So, but the thing is, I want to make sure. There's a tiny little spider. Oh my God! What do I do, sir? Can you go here? The window is open. Can you go there? Oh my gosh, sir. Listen, can I turn on the timer? Okay, I can. Why am I asking you? You have to go. Oh no! Wait, I'll put you in the plant. That you can. I'm assuming you're not a pest. You're just a tiny little dude. Are you okay? Did you land? My God. You weren't listening, Danny. Go work. It's time to focus. All right. I'm gonna put my mic over here, so I can give you my immediate response, but I'm not too in your ear, in your mind. But that's kind of the point of the readathon. Normally I mute myself so you can actually focus. This is a bit chaotic. I'm so sorry. But that's kind of the point. So you get my immediate response to possible smut. If you want to keep each other company in chat, that would be lovely, and help me as well. Oh, okay. Go munch. Hi, Phil. And I'll see you in 30 minutes. I'll warn you before the timer goes off. And just know that keeping yourself alive is just as productive, quote unquote, as, whatever it is that people do in their day to day. I don't know what your life is all about, okay? Mine is reading, so I'm going to do that. I'll see you in 30. Good luck. I don't think I'll ever get used to this. Work. Isn't that a song by Rihanna? Oh, that reminds me of the King Grumps. They, I think it was Dan, who would read out very monotonous some songs of, especially Beyonce and Rihanna, and it's really funny if you just read it out loud without any cadence at all. I think they were playing Dark Souls or something, which made it even more hilarious. You should look up the lyrics to Work. I think it was Rihanna. It makes no sense. Someone wrote that. Someone got paid to write. I need to read my book. Oh, right. We were at the surprise birthday party for Robbie, who asked for the surprise birthday party. And I still don't think that makes it a surprise birthday party, but what do I know? I didn't go to college, so. Because I'm giving a bad example, Daddy. I need to focus. I need to read. That's what I'm supposed to do. I need to make it to page 100 at least. And find smut. That's my goal for today. Find smut. Oh, gosh. And maybe change the freaking... I'm telling you, it's a miracle that I'm even here. It's truly... Willie acts surprised. I hope so, Blue, because he's making a big fuzz. He's saying because he's asking about it as well. Like, how's it going? The organizing of my surprise birthday party, and he's saying if the surprise is you haven't arranged anything, I don't fucking want it. What? Yes, this is my goal for today, Garfield. To find smut. Because I didn't find it yesterday. It was a disappointment. No, Danny, you're our guiding light and inspiration. Paper models of old buildings I'm working on, so I fold and glue a piece onto one of them. Oh, Ray, you made these amazing things. Please remember to share on Discord, Blue, because I love to see. hate that nickname, Stassi, for Anastasia. I don't know. This Nate is also very judgy about people who hook up with other people, while he is the biggest asshole of all. Because his initial reason for being attracted to Anastasia is because she doesn't want him, and she's being dismissive of him because she blames him for the ice rink being destroyed, which is not entirely true, but a little bit true. It's the reason is because one of his teammates messed up and knocked up a young girl. It's wild. So much is happening, and people are actually saying in reviews that nothing happens until the smut comes, which is it's just not true. Oh, I tried to make a smut counter, but it gave me some kind of gibberish, and I was like, not today, my friend. Not today. I think it's a 450 pages, about 450, a little less. Yeah. Dag, you're it. Yeah. Okay. After school special. Don't forget to lock your doors, people. Ziggy! Now I can leave. What? I carry on. Aw. You've got this, Danny. Okay, well, Ziggy, you masochist. What was the code? But only because it's you. Bye. You can have fun. It's okay. I'll just be the mother again. Drink water. Wash your hands. gnarly. Nathan is surprised that Henry, who apologized, bought Anastasia coffee, gave her space to be upset, and didn't make any excuses. And Nathan is surprised that Henry has been able to make it up with Anastasia. Weird that Henry now is able to just have conversation with Anastasia, and Nathan isn't. Weird. When he lied in the first 10 minutes that they had an actual conversation. I don't like Nathan. Yes, Gnarly has arrived. The kids have been going feral, Gnarly. There you go. Touche. Who the fuck was Aaron? Is this what university or college is about? Like knowing 365 people by name? Oh, that's not for me, man. Especially if you don't like 80% of them. Oh, oh, hold on. Uh, did I edit this? Oh, I didn't. Oh, well. Anyway. G-Wagon. I know what that is now. I'm so proud of myself. I learned something productive. Lulu, hi. How are you doing? Team building. Oh no, I hope we don't have to be there because that would be suck. That would suck. Who are those? They don't matter. Aaron is gonna be a problem, like a real problem. I think he's gonna be sucker punched. Hmm. What a surprise that Henry was able to make up with. Jesus Lord. Hi, honey. You want Spanx? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't agree. I'm sorry, Henry. Oh my god, are we sorry? Are we going to be introduced to every member of the team? I don't need that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh no, this is Jaden with the eye. Ugh. Oh, but call me JJ. I need to make a note. You good? He's fine too, so he's fine. What the fuck even? I'm so sorry. The cussing out everyone in this book is not even my fault. You become what you read, okay? So this is bad. When people say I'm a Scorpio sun, moon, and rising, do people actually understand what that means? Like in general? I don't. What does it mean? Yes, because you've done astrology, but like in general, if you haven't, so, and it's such a common thing that people say. I don't know. See, I don't know why does the guy know as well? Virgo sun and rising Cancer moon. Oh, apparently Cancer moon is a red flag. Jaden with the eye knows exactly what all of this means. Okay, so maybe I was wrong about Jaden. He knows astrology. Oh my god. Would you rather have a fish head but your body, or would you rather have your head but a fish body? Wait, have a fish head but your body? That sentence doesn't make sense. Well, what do we say? I think I would rather. I need my head, man. Oh, I don't like that line of questioning at all. Aw, Bobby. Oh gosh. Last minute. Winston, come back! No! Oh no. Are you trying to explain what these things mean? Welcome back. We're taking a 10-minute break and then we'll do another sprint. How is it going? Still no. Okay. I stopped at the end of the setup is kind of a speed dating, except it's not speed dating. It's team building. Apparently, they couldn't come up with anything less sexually charged. But there obviously is some friction between the ice skating team and the ice hockey team. Now they have to share a rink. And after a collision between two characters whose names I cannot remember for the life of me, they are now supposed to get to know each other a little bit better, so they stop hating each other, hopefully. And the warning was given that it was not speed dating, it just looked like speed dating. And the result is, of course, that a lot of the men have to admit that they don't really know what to talk about except sex. So it's going splendidly. Hi, Tadeo. Let me see. So the sun sign or regular one, where are you? So association, for example, 1st January with a Capricorn, that's due to the movement of our ancestors saw in the sun revolving. Well, I mean, I know how it works like that, but I don't know what would it mean for my character. I don't know all the characteristics of every sign, right? I Zengi, what do you mean you followed me? You didn't follow me yet, and you've been putting yourself in the corner. Oh, you sure you're gonna get put in the corner from now on out? No, what do you mean? Thank you for the follow. How dare you? I am actually offended. Making me put you in the corner and everything. Well, I had no reason. You didn't even follow me. You had no right. You had no right. Haiko no ka Osni and Metua and Roman Holiday and Lucien and Vas. And I think I've got everyone now. Hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follows. I hope you're having a good day. And I think you're still in the follower only mode. Unless you stick around for an hour, we do this to make sure that you get a feel for what is happening during this unconventional time of this channel, because we are doing a readathon during which I will stream every day within the confines of the normal schedule until I finish this book. But to make sure that the community isn't exposed to people who just come in to make trouble, because it's a smart book, you know, and we can all guess kind of what kind of attention that might attract, and we just want to make sure that everyone stays nice. But I hope you're enjoying your lurk, and you can still hear everything I say, but I have to. It's really still not that shocking. There's a bone about. I don't know why that word just disappeared from my brain. Like, actually, I don't know if it was visible, but I was panicking. Genuinely, Sherlock. Are you okay? What type of fish? Does the head include gills? I think human head fish body is better. Closer to a mermaid. I had the same thought today, but then she said, which is why I feel like, is Hannah Grace another Elsie Silver? Because I need to read another Elsie Silver. Elsie Silver wrote Flawless, which was a book club pick. And during the experience of reading Flawless, I couldn't help but think, I am not sure this was written by a woman. I felt like it was written by a man, but with the face of a woman put on top of it to make it sell. Because it's pretty clear by now that men are generally not amazing at writing for women. They would be much better off to write smut for men, if only to get men into reading as well. Because there's just a difference. There's a huge difference in the way certain things are approached. And my guess is, if you ask a woman to answer the question, would you rather have a fish head and a human body, or a human head and a fish body, most women would probably say they would like to keep their head. But she says, surprisingly, that she would like to have a fish head and a human body. And he approves, the guy who asked the question, which to me feels fishy. Wait, did I really just... Oh yeah, it was really just the last page. Yes. So the time is running out because they only have 5 minutes to talk. Who asked this? Because I probably need to remember who you are. Wait, didn't we already talk to JJ? I'm confused. Jaden asked the fish question. And she says, fish head with my body. I think, God, that's disgusting to visualize. And the guy says, great choice, he praises, looking satisfied with my answer. As in, there was a right and a wrong answer. But why would a man want a pretty girl, woman, young woman, because they're in college, to have a fish head and not a fish body? I wonder why this testosterone pumped boys would want that answer specifically. Thinking paper bags, human body seems far more usable. What do you mean, Sherlock? No, he generally means that well, usable. Yeah, I would like my body. I would just like my head, because how am I going to read? Doesn't mean I'm a human, but I can breathe underwater. See, I would ask a lot of questions as well. I would not accept this question just as it is. What details? Small print. Small print. Remember, read the small print. But you have eyes. You would, like, with one eye, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. Lulu, you behave. She's already said that about general men authors and women authors. Really? I have not read A Room of One's Own yet, but I love Virginia Woolf. She's so underrated. See, but I remain. You have to know astrology to be able to talk about this. Like, I know that I say Capricorn, but I feel like Capricorns are quite infamous in the general public. But if you don't know about astrology, how are you gonna? Why would you lead with that? I don't think I've ever led an introduction with "Hello, I am blah blah blah," and I'm a Capricorn. Like, does that happen? Do people do that in real life? Because it's fascinating to me. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just I wouldn't know what to do. Like, I don't know yet. What does it now? I have to do research. It means you can read chat and a book at the same time. Oh, you make a point, Sherlock. You do make a point. Winston, can you give me 3 minutes? Can you give me 3 minutes, or do we want to show what it means when I need to give you water? Because it is cute, and I think I changed the camera. Do we want some? Some do. What do some? Yes, but that's what I mean. I'm talking about the general public. The general public wouldn't know the specifics of each zodiac sign. Yes, people who studied it know, or have an interest in it know, but the general public wouldn't know what it means when you say I'm a moon rising with a Virgo to my left. I'm joking, because I don't understand these conversations. Is it something American? Is it just an American thing? Because I really don't remember anyone ever introducing themselves with their zodiac sign. Now, I do think that it has some correlation with reality. I do feel like that's why I do say that I'm a pretty typical Capricorn, because I'm stubborn as hell. Are you okay? And I know a little bit about a few zodiac signs, but if you start with specifics, I'm lost. I'm so lost. Hell is for a hero. Hi, Hell. Welcome in. Is that why the author put it in? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know. Wait, what? Hi, Skulja. Applying the gender binary to this topic is always risky. I would remind you that trans men exist. It also refers to the viewpoint of femme eggs. Individuals who have, men come out of the closet, gonna have a feminine outlook or feminine understanding. The binary limits of all of us. Oh, yeah, but I'm not going that deeply into it, Skulja. That is far beyond my knowledge, for one. And I need to generalize, because that is what... because I'm not going into gender-specific things. I am on purpose generalizing, for one, so I don't say anything wrong about these points of view. I just don't know those points of view. And I actually do mean men when I say it feels like this may be an Elsie Silver situation where I do need to do more research, because I genuinely feel like that is not written by a woman, a woman, trans or not, and I or someone with such a deeply toxic, internalized misogyny that the representation and the fame of her books are really problematic because they're not talked about in a way that I would have preferred. Preferred, not say that you have to, but preferred. Um, and this is starting to like that. There's a few sentences that I've come across that feel like male gaze. Does that make sense? As opposed to female gaze, which is also a contested subject, by the way. Hi, Riku. Yes, he did, which is even more confusing because in my mind, men don't know anything about astrology. In fact, if you bring up astrology, they instantly just put you in the box of crazy cat lady. But then again, I'm learning a lot about my environment this year, and I didn't know. I didn't know a lot of things about the people of my country. And no, they're not good things. They're not good things at all. All right, we're already into the next part of focus. I understand where you're coming from, Skolja. And that is, I want to learn more about it, and I should learn more about it. If you have any books that I should read about it, so I can, well, just talk about it a little bit more. Please let me know because I do want to learn a lot more about it. But you have known a lot of many men that have. Yeah, that's what I mean with I'm learning a lot about my country that I didn't know, and especially the region that I'm living in is probably just really not the place for me to be. But I think we're going out of the speed dating part, and we have met even more people now. And let's see if the team building did something positive. I will put my mic down. We're going to try to focus a little bit. For the next 25 minutes, I will try to give a good example. Thank you for the gift sub, Sherlock. Thank you. And you can hear my unfiltered response to whatever is going to happen in this book. Good luck. I will see you in 30 minutes. I really feel like in the Netherlands, the spiritual stuff is really not a thing in most places. Because, and I did live in the South for most of my life, most people will call you zweverig, derogatory, if you talk about astrology and stuff. So that's why for me it's really weird when I come across it in books. I really think in the Netherlands we're too down to earth for that. I think. But then I don't know. Hi. Does anyone like forced socialization? Anyone? I think we're not on the same in the same line, Skolja. I think maybe you're misunderstanding what I mean. But I do need to learn a little bit more. See, Lulu, I remain. How is the general public supposed to know that? And when I say I'm a Capricorn, all I mean is I'm stubborn. Literally, that's all I mean. I don't know about any of this. And that makes it even worse, Millie. So how is the general public, so people who did not actively look into astrology, how are they supposed to know what any of that means when someone else introduces themselves with that? Like, I'm a, what did he say? Virgo sun, rising Cancer moon. Like, if someone says that to me, I mean, I love that, and I want to research it now. But in the conversation, in the Netherlands at least, I don't think anyone will know what to do with it. Okay, I'm gonna just keep reading. Have you muted me, Lulu? Is that what's happening? Because none of this is answering my question. Huh? We're in a Vegas themed party, the surprise party. That isn't a surprise at all. Not knowing things means you can learn about them. You can find out. The biggest mistake people make is thinking they know all. That's boring. What are you gonna do? I like Henry. I'm a bit of a. Oh my gosh! Again? Why do I keep forgetting? Hold on. It should be fine now. I don't think. I don't think that's. Hmm, hmm. What? Oh, I don't like the sequence. It's a sequence where she's being told to smile basically in different words. When did Robbie come in? Wait, huh? Okay. this. This is problematic. Oh, she's already been drinking. Oh, I didn't realize that. Now I'm really upset. Ay, ay, ay. I'm sorry, hold on. What's happening? Stop it. Why? I'm sorry. Sorry. Am time? Oh, Rex, I'm gonna tell you in a few minutes. Yeah, I might try. hold on. Okay. See, it happened again. Oh, last minute. Oh, fuck. So, oh, so, the Siri bot turns it off. Why? But you're too nice. Book drop, Sherlock. Yes, I'm upset. I'm angry. Finally. They're taking a 10-minute break and then we're going into the power hour and oh no. We've entered smut territory and I skipped. See, it would have been funny if not for what happened before. It wasn't. That was no good. That was no good at all. But before I continue, thank you so much for the gift sub, Sherlock. Oh, and thank you for the sub, Lucien. Oh my gosh, welcome in. Thank you so much. I mean, I guess you're enjoying the stream. That's a good thing. I hope you don't mind that I'm going to be upset about this a little bit because this is problematic. Oh, this is so problematic. And I also want to welcome Louis. I'm going to say Louis. Please let me know what to do with your name if I am butchering it. I do not intend to. And also, I'm going to say Eli. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Why, hello. Hello. All right. Oh, before I continue, Skulja, I understand where you're coming from, but sometimes it's not possible to be inclusive because it's endless. It's endless. And while in another setting, I would have loved to go into what you mean and ask a little bit more questions, but you're diverting from the original subject with what you brought up, which is absolutely important to talk about. Don't get me wrong, but what I meant was quite literally the old-fashioned sense of the word when I say it was written by a man. I just really mean a man, and that with that I mean toxic masculinity man, as opposed to a woman, trans or not. But they will probably have the mindset that I mean when we would be specifying a trans or otherwise. Does that make sense? For the same thing, I so appreciate that you want to explain, Lulu, but that was not the question that had. The question was, does this make sense in a general public setting? And I do feel like it really isn't. It really isn't. Thank you, Lishan. I quite like it myself as well, and I really hope that the stress of this year will finally turn it white. If not, I don't know. Why is this problematic? So we have entered Robbie's surprise party, and I tried to find it. Maybe I'm just reading over it. I don't know. Robbie is already here, I think. It really wasn't a surprise. And naturally, the girl that he hooked up with, even though I feel like they're probably gonna end up in a relationship because they're adorable. Robbie and Lola are off on their own at this party that was originally orchestrated for Robbie. Nathan made Anastasia invite Lola because Robbie wanted Lola to be there. So Anastasia's there to be a wing girl. And because for some reason he has a private toilet and she had to go to the bathroom while playing poker, he told her, you can use my bathroom. And she says no at some point. I don't want you to beg for forgiveness. And he is asking for forgiveness because he wants to be friends. And even if, and I really recommend people to not do this, don't lie about your intentions. Don't say no when you mean yes. Don't say yes when you mean no. The latter is a lot more difficult, but the saying no when you mean yes happens a lot more. And I feel like if you say yes when you mean no, there's probably something happening that you don't want to happen. But she is saying no. She doesn't. He's on probation. She's willing to give him a chance, but he's not going to get away with it by getting on his knees and begging for forgiveness. No, you have to work for it. You lied and made it seem that it was okay because they didn't know each other yet. So he just had a free card to lie. Apparently, if you don't know someone yet, you don't trust them yet, so you can just lie. Makes no sense at all. Also problematic. So she says, no, I don't want you to do anything like that. I just want you to be a good person. Literally the word no. A few sentences later, we find that she is trying to leave the room, but he turns her around. Well, she has vocally said that she is not interested in this kind of behavior. She is turned around by him physically, and he presses both his hands on either side of her head. So now she's trapped. He accuses her of pretending to not like him. She says, no, I'm not. And he says, yes, you are. We continue in this way until at the end of the chapter he says, I am going to give her one last chance, and he wants to test a theory that she is bringing up about that she thinks he would be selfish in bed. I am going to give her one last chance to say yes, is what that means. To take back your no and your several ways of no. And then they kiss. And then he has the audacity to say a few pages later to say, I don't joke about consent. No, you just push until consent is given. So this is highly problematic. Especially if young people have been reading this. Like even in my 20s, I would probably have thought, oh, that's so hot. It's not. This is bad behavior. This is not good at all. And it should not be written as such. Especially not with a sentence like that. Like, I don't joke about consent. What do you mean, Nathan? She just said no. And you trapped her between a door and yourself. She was trying to remove herself out of the room. And you trapped her. Even if she lied, even if she did mean yes, secretly, she may have had all sorts of reasons for not actually wanting to be involved with you. Even if she is attracted to you, even if she does like you, there are millions of reasons to still not want to have any kind of sexual relationship with anyone. No is no. Yes is yes. And he pushed her. He pushed her until she said yes. That's not okay. And the sentence, I don't joke about consent, that's where I dropped the book, because they're like, oh God, so we just had a really problematic scene. And we roll over into, but this is consent? This is not how consent works, people. Just so you know. If you have to convince someone to say yes, it's not a yes. They may have all sorts of reasons to say no. This is why marital rape is still freaking rape. Your relationship status does not entitle you to anyone's body. Ever. Only yes is yes. And this was a very problematic scene. And I don't remember anyone talking about that. But to be honest, I find these kinds of interactions a lot in romantasy. Is it romantasy? No, in books that contain smut or explicit scenes, not necessarily romantasy, because I've read a few really amazing romantasy books that really were satisfying on all emotional levels. So yeah, that's how I feel at the moment. But it took less than 100 pages, and then now we have smut. But I do understand that if you're not used to having interesting and important side characters, because the side characters are kind of interesting. I just really don't like Nathan, and I was valid as it turns out. Not having anything smutty for a book that is infamous for being smutty in the first 50 pages is also a little bit problematic. Oh, that's a bit loud, isn't it? Hi, King. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Why do you think I don't read stuff like that? Not only am I not attracted to smut, but I hate patriarchally based writing of such scenes. Well, the problem is that it's hidden in all well, not all, in a lot of Western written contemporary books. And I do feel like it's a recent thing. It wasn't nearly as bad years and years ago. But I'll have to do more research. Okay, we're going into a power hour. Posting a link in Discord, I felt way too relevant to what you're saying, Cherry. Okay, I'm gonna take a look, Sherlock. Because I do need to kind of step away from this for a second. I won't be muting myself. Normally, I mute myself during the focused times, but because this is a readathon special community event, I'm sorry it's a lot more serious than you may have been expecting. But I did give you a little bit of a warning that I do take this kind of stuff seriously, and I went into this for this reason, to find out what is really happening in this book, and it's not funny. It's not funny at all. So let's get to it. I invite you to join me with anything that makes you feel productive. If that means keeping yourself alive, doing some self-care, that is valid. Some men underpin tyranny. I I liked the Winston one. I will be putting my mic down though, so you can still hear my immediate response, but you can try and focus. So let's get some things done. I hope I don't get too upset, but I'm gonna check out the link first and continue my research. I'll see you in an hour. Good luck. Oh, there's projecting. It's so sad because if it's done well, it can be really fun. It can be fun. And no one should be taken as no one else. Just, yeah. No, that's the thing. They're into it. They're going for it now, and that's not. I'm gonna pee. We'll be right back. I do want to mute myself for this. I'll be right back. My toilet thought was that I didn't explain to you what the power hour is for. So I guess it's just nothing. It's just nothing. Is it a quality issue then, or is this sort of thing not meant to be fodder for a book of any kind? When it comes to consent, as opposed to what Nathan said, Rex, I do take it very seriously. And that was just a very problematic scene, because there are people, and me included, if I had been 10 years younger, I would have thought that that is normal, healthy behavior. Except if she had meant no, if she did mean no, and I still believe that she did in that moment, that's assault. That's assault. And the Me Too movement showed us why it's so important to understand that if you have to convince someone to have a sexual relationship with you, that's not a yes. That's abusive. What's the word? It's coercive, and it's traumatic. You don't want to be someone who abuses someone accidentally. That's not an excuse, right? So no, that sequence, the way it was written, should not be in any kind of book ever. I'll listen to that later, Sherlock. I'm gonna get too invested in the topic, and I need to read 50 pages. Oh God, I was really in the middle of smut. I already read that. Okay. Or maybe you can listen to it during after the power hour, real quick, so we can actually talk about it, because I'll probably want to talk about it a little bit more. Thank you, Sherlock, because I think this is such an important subject, especially in media that is very popular. So in books like this, and TV shows and movies everywhere, really, because this kind of sequences happen more than I personally feel comfortable with. Bye. That emote is amazing. I love it. Ah. Even though it's mine, I love it. I'm sorry. I tried to breathe and to swallow at the same time. Don't recommend. Oh, okay. I'll thank you for the warning, Sherlock. I'll keep it muted for the duration of the thing, and then we can talk about it, because this is so important. Yes, I agree. I agree, Rex. Yeah, I agree. Uh, it's the consent part. Like explicit indeed is a personal preference. I don't need to be in the room for certain things. You know, I'm happy to stay on the other side of the door and wait until the next chapter begins. But when it comes to consent, there are just rules, I would say, and if whatever people do behind closed doors, as long as there's proper consent, you do you. It's really not my business, right? But the reason this is problematic is because young people especially are sensitive to this, and I include early 20s in this. Like I said, if I had read this in my early 20s, I would have thought this was amazing, and I would have internalized this as normal behavior, being trapped by a man when I'm trying to leave, and him pushing himself onto me to the degree that I end up saying yes when I initially was very clear about my no, if not by my words, by the fact that I was trying to leave the situation completely. I would have thought that is romantic, and it's not. It's abusive. So, thank you for asking and allowing me to explain it. But I think we agree on the consent part, right? How cool that you're an artist. I love that, Rex. And good faith questions are never unwelcome. I just can't promise that I have a adequate answer. Confused about Ryan. And then you said no. You're forgetting about that part, honey. Listen, I'm gonna fight this freaking bot if it doesn't stop. It's already. Oh, god dang it. I don't know what's happening. I'm being bullied with Zoom by a Siri bot. Why? Stop it. Oh, shoot. I have some requests to. Oh, when? Pete. Uh oh. That sounds like a Dutch book, and I don't read Dutch books. Uh oh. I'll get to it. Focus, focus. They're just completely deleting the fact that she said no in the same sentence. And they're no, see, and everyone is saying that Nathan is such a good guy, but I don't agree. He's good to other men, yeah, but not to women. See, and another thing that keeps happening, and this is why I made the connection with the Elsie Silver, the way that the women are described in this book seems like it's written for men. Like, I am not interested in the details of the way her butt moves. And then when we go to the female perspective, the descriptions of the men are really not nearly as sexualized, which makes no sense. Is that me? Shouldn't it be at least even? But it tips to the women are much more vividly described. And the same thing happened with the Elsie Silver book, but even worse. That there was so much cussing that it was really annoying, and it's happening here as well. That's why I wanted to read it, Rex, because it's so controversial. I'm basically embodying clickbait because you may think that I'm reading this for shits and giggles, but no, I'm tearing it apart. Let me know what you find out. He did not just say she's good at communicating her feelings after he walked all over what she told him. What the fucking hell? They have to stop saying that. Actually, remind me to pick up like Tolstoy after this, so I can adjust my language again. Because I don't know about you, but what I read really influences the way I speak, and I don't like the language that's coming out of my mouth. Mm. I will, Danny. Hold on. So he just did a thing. Doesn't matter what happened. Something happened, yeah? And he's saying she clearly regrets it since every time she sees me, she darts off in the opposite direction. Blah, 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 blah. She's good at communicating her feelings. She's proved that a few times. And he is making clear that he understands that she's avoiding him. And now the next sentence that I'm going to read is, the plan is to catch her straight after training. To trap her again. What do you mean? He even calls it an ambush. Welcome back, Lulu. afraid this book is gonna make me cry. See, the women are treated really poorly. Yeah. Oh, he has a dead mom. That's the excuse. His mom is dead. He has a dead mom. All right. Makes everything all right, right? It's the perfect reason. Not an excuse at all. He's gonna be different this year. Right. Right. Go, Henry. Who was there? My God. So the reason I won't be DNFing this is because I truly mean it when I say I take my inner librarian very serious, and I'm reading this not for me, but because I need to find out why this book is so controversial and have an informed opinion as opposed to a parroting of what other people have said, which is probably colored by their own experiences and biases and fallacies, which I do have, but at least I won't be parroting those of others. I am reading this not for pleasure, but for research, and I'm not joking. I know this is a bit of a joke, but I just didn't realize it would be upsetting in this sense. I thought it would be a little bit more funny. I knew it was going to be serious for me because I was always gonna make sure that I approached this in a way that I would if I were to actually work in a library, so I can be honest about what is in here. So I'm not going to DNF it. It's basically the same rules as I have for the book club, which is I don't DNF that either. And the really only reason I would DNF is when there are moral or ethical lines that are crossed. And even then, I will try to push through to see if it has a purpose, if it was a choice of the author as opposed to something that says something about the author. But I really don't DNF in general for that purpose because you never know. You never know if you misunderstood something and projected your own experience on a plot line until you have finished the book. It's unfortunate but true. Proper research. Yeah. So no, I'm not gonna DNF it. So I'm reading this so you can see what this book's about. And if it had been good, I would have been honest about that as well. Like if I was pleasantly surprised. But at the moment, I'm really in shock. way these people talk to each other. Oh, really? We're gonna censor the word dick. Why? Why? Why is Nathan is not able to say the word dick. He just redacted himself. What do you mean? Maybe it was duck? Shock! This is what I mean. This is what I mean. They're so explicit about women, and Nathan can't even say the word dick. Give me a moment. I'm assuming? No, I'll give you the sentence. I make a strategic but easy decision to put my phone back in my pocket and try to concentrate on learning something, or at least learning something not about Ryan Rothwell and where he's sticking his D. Anyway, his duck? What do you mean? This is what I mean. When the women are described, we're talking butt and boob and bean, but we can't say dick. Donut, yes. I'll go for it. Donut duck. Oh my god. People can hear me outside and I don't care. What he does with his drill is his own business. Ryan, yes. Nathan has no privacy. You guys. Isn't that ridiculous all? Please, am I really going insane? I am, but listen, that's, no, I actually need a moment. The thing is, the dinner kebab is just too much, Rex. You fit in too well. That's absurd. How did you catch on the vibe so quickly? What do you mean debit card today? Listen, go to her Goodreads. And on her Goodreads profile, she has a what is it? A cartoonish profile picture. It's not actually a picture. If you quack or Google her, you do get a picture. That is a jumpy spider on my ceiling, and I don't know how to reach it there. Oh gosh, let's keep an eye on that one because that needs to be put outside. I will not have you move in. I'm sorry. The tiny one is welcome, but that one is not. You're a jumpy one. I don't like that. I don't think I can. I can't reach you. Okay, Winston. Look, what's that? Look there. What's that? Do you see? Winston, look there. Do you see it? No attention. All right. This book becomes a mosquito killer. This is going to be an honorary bookcase submission. I don't like those spiders. They move too unpredictably. If you look you go to Hannah Gray's or Goodreads, she doesn't have a profile picture. If you actually just Google /quack her, I say quack because DuckDuckGo, you do find pictures. But I just don't trust this. I just don't trust this. There's something about the way it's written. It's either a woman's face and name is being used because in marketing they found out by now that women know. We know that it's probably better for our mental health to choose something that is written by a woman when it comes to intimate scenes and yearning and stuff. Most of the time, not always. Men are also able to if they're actually in touch with themselves. But This feels like a marketing trick. And I felt the same about Elsie Silver. Because why can't you say dick? But I just skipped an extremely explicit scene. Harold Graham confirmed. Don't joke, Greg, because I really wanted to be. Because otherwise the other option is the misogyny is so ingrained that this is actually normal to this person, to this woman, and that is sad. That is sad. Yes, or she is a victim of self-misogyny. Yeah, exactly, and neither of those are great. Neither of those options are great. If you're a man, I'm not saying you're not allowed to write explicit scenes, but either write them for men, because how great would it be if we can as a whole species enjoy explicit things on more levels than just visual. If you read Korn, because it does exist, like actually not just in this hidden. There are books specifically written to get you off, and when well done, that is, I mean, this is probably the autistic person in me that is like, well, isn't that more productive? Like you're doing a lot of things at once. It's better for your brain, but alas, maybe that's just me. Hi. So there's a Hannah Grace interview. You can find her talking about writing this series. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that she. I mean, is it what was it? Milli Vanilli, something with vanilla. That artist, the two guys who are pretending to be someone else, but the guy who originally sang the songs was not marketable because he didn't look hot. So they found two guys. Is it Milli Vanilli? To pretend to be the voice of the music. But they weren't. It was a huge scandal. Just because the name is on here doesn't mean that she did it. Don't listen to it. Don't listen to it. I'm not. don't. The music wasn't bad, but the scandal alone is just don't enable that. But see what I mean? That's the feeling I get with Elsie Silver and this, and it could be just misogyny. And I say just because that is more easily fixable than what is happening in what it would be happening if it was a man using a woman's name, and it would need a different approach. That was such a controversy once. Exactly, and once people found out, they were so furious. So, not only is there a precedent, it's probably still done today. It was Milli Vanilli. Oh. Good brain. Thank you, Blue. So, you know, the fact that I'm really stuck about the word dick being fucking censored by a guy. It's not even the Anastasia doing it. No, I'm in Nathan's POV. And he can't say dick. I'm gonna get flagged. I'm so sorry. I'm talking about Richard. Danny, what do you mean? I wanna help. Please let me know if I can do something for you. All right? I'm upsetting myself. Wait, you can't hear me. What? Exactly. Maybe it's because I keep saying the D word. Apparently that's a bad word. Don't save the bot. I mean. It's in the title that I'm reading this, right? So you should know. You should know better. Do your own research and use your brain. I'm gonna redact what I was gonna say after that. Anyway, I'm gonna try to do what Nathan is trying to do as well. Well, I am not subscribed, but I'm not. But not, yeah. I glitched. Okay, so do you want me to put in a ticket as well, Danny? Because that's easily done, and I would be very, very happy to do so. Because this is ridiculous. If you're actually getting ads, wait, for coming in or mid roll, because if it's mid roll, I mean I can't get angry at Twitch for it because I'm not supposed to have that disabled, but also shame. mid-roll? Wait, do you get mid-roll as well? Ads? Because you're not supposed to. When you come in, yes. I can't touch those. Because the video was turned off. Twitch is being a bit weird. I feel like something is going on behind the scenes. I feel like there's quite a few glitches lately. Because I tell you, I didn't lose my streak. And suddenly I had like 3 days. That makes no sense. I hate ads. I'm so sorry. Why did they bring up Gladaloon? Oh. What is that noise? I think someone is using a chainsaw. If you hear it, I'm sorry. I am not gonna approach someone with a chainsaw. Not today. Not today. All right. All right. We'll give Twitch the benefit of the doubt for a little bit longer, but that's weird, man. Sometimes I get them, sometimes not when I come in, but I'm using Brave. Yeah. You're not supposed to get mid-roll ads, not only because I have found a way to disable the mid-roll ads, which is not technically, I don't think you're supposed to be able to. I just figured out a way to do it because I personally don't like mid-roll ads. When I come into something, fine, you know, I can wait for a little bit. But when I'm in a chat room, or in a stream, I don't want ads anymore. So I don't want them in my chat either. The thing is, I can see in my analytics that there are no mid-roll ads during stream. In the VOD, there are ads during the stream, but I don't know how to change that. But according to I don't get paid for the mid-rolls. That is what I'm trying to say. So if you get mid-rolls, tell me. If you're not supposed to, because you're not subscribed. Because then I need to toggle a few things. Who came up with that? I don't want to take the credit for that, for RaT. I wasn't the one who said it. Someone on Discord said it, and I thought that is amazing. I need to use it now. I didn't come up with it. That was a huge hair. Yeah. There's something about figure skating a duo. I don't know what it's called. When they're completely in sync with each other, it's beautiful. Sorry, it's getting dark suddenly. I think there's a few drops of rain coming this way. I hope so, at least. Oh! Mm. I have no words. I have no. See, it's going to be very important for me to finish this book so I can add to this conversation, because as long as I haven't read it in its entirety, I still feel I can't. That first scene though, I don't think there's any way to rewrite that. Missed opportunity, I guess, because it's here, it's in my hands, and that scene is just it's there. That's insane. Oh my god, that is horrible. Oh, I have opinions about this. Thank you for putting this in chat, Lulu. Interesting. Very interesting. Not in a good way. Literally, the next sentence I read is Nathan's perspective. Anastasia just had a little accident on the ice, and he saw it. She busted her head open. They're in the first aid room, I guess, and he's cleaning her wound before going to the hospital. What do you mean? Just go to the freaking hospital? But never mind. And he's trying to distract her, and she ends up asking, "Why are you early?" Because normally they only see each other in passing, but he came early so he could ambush her, right? Remember? So the next sentence is, after she asks, "Why are you early?" "I wanted to see you. You've been avoiding me. And I wanted to check you were okay." Listen, this is exactly what happened in my last serious relationship. Exactly. And I needed the police to get away from him because he was threatening to kill me and him. That's exactly what he would say. self-awareness of the fact that someone is clearly not interested in communicating or even being near you, and you corner them. And then when you Google it, this book is being lauded for consent. This is the second time he's dropping her. What? Oh, and then he has the audacity to say that she ignores him? Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, no. Okay. Listen, I have 7 pages to go. I need to get to page 100 because I need to for my own self-worth. Oh, okay. Calm down. Take her to the hospital. Ah! Oh my god. Well, Shad has at least not cornered her. Jesus Lord. I'm so sorry. I'm saying things that I really don't want to say, but I cannot deal. You're projecting, dude. You're recognizing yourself. You don't like it, do you? Oh, he does know how to say the D word, but only in reference to people who exhibit the same behavior as he does. Interesting, interesting. Daddy. Oh, I could really use a good thunderstorm right now. It would really fit my mood. Tractors? Oh no, I'm too angry. Thank you. Yes. Well, it's upsetting because it's being normalized. It's. Oh, God damn it. A pitchfork? I would like one. Yes, please. I will have 3. Don't ask me why. Pretty sure you're contradicting something else, but I don't know for sure. Um, I see you. There's still not much smut. But consent, also not present. Oh my God, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Lola can only talk about boys. And yes, I said that on purpose, boys, because these are boys. Well, maybe not Henry. Robbie is on thin ice, pun intended. But I do like Henry. Yeah, please do. See, everyone is crossing boundaries. This is not okay. She this whole conversation with Lola, she's saying that she doesn't want to see the oh my God, what's his freaking name? Nathan. And even her friends are like, I'm gonna change her mind. She says no. And then she goes on to say, I know Lola well enough to know there's no point in trying to avoid the guys tonight. Because she's gonna be forced. She's so clear. Last freaking minute. I didn't make it to page 100. See, the reason Robbie's on thin ice is because apparently he introduced her, Lola, who he's seeing. And he apparently introduced her unexpectedly to his parents without notifying her while she was only wearing his hockey shirt. No pants. But he's thoughtful and kind, and most importantly, he treats her with the respect she deserves. Where is the respect in that? Where is the respect in introducing someone to your parents without letting them know after you just inserted your D in them, and now she's only wearing her D? What is Oh, this got so much worse than I was anticipating. I'm sorry. Are we sure this book isn't boys? Sherlock, don't be mean. Garfield, yeah, and that's probably a good thing. See, look, listen, I will read anything, not just because I do generally enjoy most things, but also because I feel like it's important to have an informed opinion on things. But as books are my life, literally my life, everything revolves around books. I also read books that I don't necessarily enjoy, but I need to read so I can inform other people who want to read. Because sometimes there's books that I would not necessarily read for myself, but when asked should I read, I need to know about a big diversity of possibilities, right? But to know that they probably put a lot of money in changing this narrative. Okay, so there are so many things wrong with what is happening with this book and the conversation around it. Should this have a different cover art? It depends. If the warning about the spice had been bigger, not necessarily. But because the warning was not big enough, I do feel like maybe there should have been some kind of warning that notifies people who don't feel like doing the proper research before they give their children anything. But boy, did this conversation veer into a lot of serious, very serious things, because literally what that guy just said is what was said to me in abusive relationships. Everyone is walking over her boundaries, and it's normal. It's normalized. And the reason it's problematic is because young people, even those in their 20s, will read this and think this is normal as well. To be walked all over, to have friends disrespect your no, to have people who are sexually attracted to you ambush you and corner you, and apparently that's a romantic. I do need to sit with this a little bit to order my thoughts, because there's really a lot that falls out of it if you start to unravel what is problematic about what the consent part. Hi, Alice, or Alice? Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm glitching a lot today, but also I am also worried that I am butchering your name. But please correct me if I'm wrong. And also, hello, Kyle. Thank you so much for the follows. I hope you're enjoying your day. And I have followers only mode turned off. Because we're done. I'm done. I can't deal. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. I really need to step away from this for a moment. I'm really upset. Is this book controversial because of the subject matter, or just because it is a poo-poo? Well, Rex, what I was made aware of this book because a lot of people got angry about the cover, because it's pastel and poppy and cute, and it sells well to young people. And with young, I don't mean young adult. I mean young teenagers and even preteens. And there are a lot of parents who didn't do their research and bought this for really young girls, especially. Also young boys probably, but the conversation was mostly centered around young girls reading this. And I did skip over the explicit scene, and not only because I was violently triggered by him cornering her like that, and then he went down on her, well, after he trapped her. After the door scene, he went down on her. After she said oh, no, and after she tried to leave the room, and he closed the door and trapped her between his arms. I didn't read any of that. So, and that was under, well, what was it, page 70 or something? So in a book of about 450 pages, there's going to be some explicit scenes that young girls should not be exposed to. I just wasn't prepared for how problematic the consent part would be. Because add that to the explicitness of it all. Imagine a 13-year-old reading this. She's going to think, not only is this hot, but this is how you're supposed to be treated. This is how your friends are supposed to treat you. Your word, your no, means nothing. Because when a girl says no, she means yes. This lays bare the psychology of well, the toxicity of relationships, really. It's not good, is it, Rex? And that's why I picked it up. I wanted to see how explicit it got. And yes, it confirmed this shouldn't have happened, but it happened before with me that I picked up a book for research because it was controversial or people had a bad opinion about it, and I found out later that people DNF'd for the wrong reasons. I think a good example is actually Manacled. Is it Manacled? Which has its problems. Not in the least. It is fan fiction. No, not Manacled. Alchemized. Alchemized. I read Alchemized last year. And I think the biggest talking point, the negative talking point of Alchemized was there's a lot going on in there as well. But trauma, the representation of trauma. But if you read the whole book, it makes a lot more sense. And I personally thought that they did it quite well. I was pleasantly surprised, and it wasn't as explicit as I was expecting it to, because it also came from a little bit from the smart corner of the book talk world. And a lot of people DNF'd and gave it a bad rating and talked about the wrong things. But when you finish the complete book, you actually have all the puzzle pieces. Now, I don't need more puzzle pieces to understand that first smutty scene in this book is highly problematic. And it just continues. So I could DNF for that reason. But I really want to know what else is in here and young people were exposed to, so I can bring them up and talk about them. And really, it really doesn't matter how you look at it. If it was written by a man and they used a woman as a face for marketing, it shows how men experience the behavior of women, which is also not good. If this is truly, genuinely, without malice, how men think women function, that is also really, really bad. We'll see how it goes on. We'll see how it goes. And I think the reason they say the consenting, because again, she didn't say yes at all. But then in certain scenes where she's injured, he's suddenly asking her about, can I pick you up? Is it okay if I touch you here? But in the important scenes, it feels like, we'll see. I made it to page 97, so almost made my minimum goal. I have a new badge for the stream. You made it! Blue! Yay! Garfield too! Oh my gosh! Yes! That's so exciting! Oh, I love it. I love it. You can't read the 26 on the screen, but I mean, it's there. You've got a stack of books now. Oh, that's so cute! I love it! That makes it all good. Almost. Not everything, but at least that's exciting. I was really worried that I was gonna end the stream and just be like, I'm sad. I need to leave and cry about the state of the world. But yay! I think it's safe to say Cherrypies has ruled us about to record this as an audiobook. I will not be reading this. Nah. I don't think it would be good for audiobooks anyway, because I go into rants. If only you knew. I followed just to say that making the chat followers only and the 1 hour limit was a bit off-putting for lurkers like me who like to share thoughts from time to time. I get that, Kyle, but I need to make sure that I protect my community from people who come in with the intention to derail the conversation or the purpose of this stream. Normally, I am muted, and it's a little easier for me to not engage with people coming in. But because this is smut, it might give people who don't know this channel and me and the reason I picked up this book, they might take this as an invitation to be assholes and, harass. and to prevent people being ugly. The 1 hour felt reasonable. I wanted to do a 1 day follower mode at first, but I think if you genuinely want to participate, you don't mind waiting a little bit and just watching, so you can get a feel for the room temperature and what the purpose is of this readathon, because it is also a little bit of a community event, doesn't it say in the? I do need to. No, it doesn't. And the timed message isn't working today. There's supposed to be a timed message as well, which would have explained it to you. I will get on that, actually. Where did it go? Hold on. Because I did notice that, but I just kind of. It is on. Wait. Can I trigger it? Okay. Maybe if I turn it off and on, does it show up then? Here, this is what was supposed to be put in chat every once in a while, but I guess I guess Stream Elements didn't want to work today because it was turned on. I don't know why it wasn't showing up. I'll make sure that it works tomorrow. Yeah, and I can unpin this one. I'll have to add it in this one actually. I'll do that. I'll put it open. I'll. Yes, we have rain! Oh, thank goodness. That one isn't working either. Hold on. Huh? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I'll update the pinned message afterwards. Thank you for helping me with that, Kyle. I really appreciate that. Current room temperature, hot with rage against the machine of patriarchy. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I do need to give myself some homework, I'm afraid, but it's going to take a moment. I feel a video about this book coming up, but first I need to finish it, for one, and second, I do really need to read. Oh, that's why. Read a few of the reviews still. Why did I think manacled? That was weird. Icebreaker. See, normally I give everything 5 stars. When I finish a book, I give everything 5 stars, unless there is a moral or ethical reason, meaning something that has nothing to do with my emotional response or my life experience, just moral or ethical rules, really, that I feel are pretty much global. I will subtract a star or 2 or 3. I'm not sure what this is going to be. Do you want to put in a bet? I don't always stay here long. I'm just a medium quality chatter who flits from stream to stream to randomly share thoughts and sometimes engage in conversations. Sometimes we are valuable and sometimes we are not. We are always valuable, Kyle. I hope you know that. Even if you're just a full-time lurker, for the business side of it all, that is still extremely valuable. Your presence and your existence is always important. Don't talk yourself down, especially not in the small things, because they will bleed into the big things. But yeah, it's really because it's mostly a community event. So I wanted to protect my community and also myself, because interestingly enough, I'm getting whispers now. So instead of people being blunt and harassing me in chat, which is also fascinating to witness, by the way, that people have the audacity to do that in full view of the entire world. But yeah, it's now delegated to the whispers, which I don't want to expose you to people who think this is a good excuse to be dicks. To use a word that had to be freaking censored in this book. Of this, I cannot. This book gets a cortisol spike out of 100. Well, it depends if you don't know any better. And that's the problem. I keep thinking if I had read this at 21, I would have thought this is normal. Why? Because this is exactly how my relationships were. I would be vocal about no, and I would be convinced to do what I didn't want to do. And if I tried to leave, either because I felt uncomfortable or because I was just overwhelmed or for whatever reason, I don't even need to explain myself. I would be trapped in the same ways. It's insane. Why do I don't know, Danny. I really don't know. I should probably close them down at the moment. Well, I don't mind them being open generally, but in the last 2 days, I've had some interesting whispers. But I opened them back up because I did have them open in the beginning as well, and I closed them for a while, and I don't know. I wanted to make sure that if people wanted to ask me something in private within reason, that they had that option. But maybe for the readathon, I need to close them down. It's not too bad. I've seen worse, but it's just a bit degrading sometimes, and baiting, implying that I'll do anything for money, for example, which is there's a website for that. I'm pretty sure. If you wanna pay people for explicit things, this is not the place. See, and this is why I wanted to have chat in follower only mode for the serious part, where I am less prepared to deal with people just coming in and being new. Like in the beginning of stream, if you're new, the chat is still open, and right now I open it up again, because now I am a little bit more prepared. Right? And I'll notice if someone is being a bit of a bully. Both streams shall be going to visit a nearby basketball court, watch some ball slamming, and once the players have finished the warm-up exercises, Jerry might watch them with the basketball shoes. Garfield! I used to love basketball as well, which makes it infinitely more funny. I was really good at it. Imagine picking it up. I hope it was about ice skating. Exactly, Rex, exactly. That's what happened. Parents would buy this for their kids and be like, here you go, Christmas present. And the kids would be like, well, Mom, Dad, what's this? Poor kids. I don't want to know how many kids were exposed to this stupid crap. Yeah, I should probably close them. Again, because sometimes, I mean, it's in waves. It comes and goes in waves. There's times where it goes really well and people use private messages just to give a cute, encouraging message, and then there's people who ask for my feet and offer me money. Like, listen, I'm not saying I'll never sell them feet pics, because I've heard it's really good money, but also, girl, can you not? I'm pretty sure that our reward just was a trip, though. Yeah, probably Lou. But I was thinking of OnlyFans specifically for the propositions that I sometimes receive. I'm amused. They're not nearly as bad as in the beginning, because when I had 10 followers here, it was really bad. It was really bad. It was astonishing to experience being a completely new streamer with no presence online at all, and how quickly men mostly were just full on attacking me with really no good, and a lot of them A lot of them. It was almost like you get flagged or something when you're new and you don't have a lot of followers or any protection at all, really. It's wild, which is why I closed them down. But I don't know. I wanted to open them up for the people who do have good intentions. You know, I don't like punishing everyone because there's a few out there who don't know how to ask for attention. Really, is what is happening. If you go about it in a normal way, I'm sure that you can get a positive response. But it's just so callous. I know. I do not use the whisper thingy for feed. Feed is weird. I mean, I get it. Like, it's not my thing personally, but I guess I get it. Everyone has their thing. But like, why are you on Twitch? This is not the place. And if you are on Twitch, also here there are places where people are more willing to sell themselves in that way. This is not the stream. Okay? This is not the stream. And I try to be flattered in some sense that they felt like I was good enough to click, but on the other end, it's like, boy, please go to the places where the people who are streaming or whatever they're doing, creating content, are doing that for that purpose. You don't need to harass other people who are not asking for the same as you are looking for. You know, it's still interesting. But yeah. Hi Rislam, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How do we feel? Rose got so many inappropriate messages, both on her personal and her work. Yeah. It's, I don't understand it. Like, I'm not sure what people who do this expect. And if you don't get a positive result and that keeps happening, how do you not learn? How do you not adjust your behavior? Or how do you not, at the very least, do some self-reflection? Like that's what I don't understand, how those people kind of escalate themselves by repeating behavior that clearly isn't getting you anywhere. That is what is fascinating to me. Hi, Scotty. Robin's feet are luckiest. But why? I never understood that. Hi, D's67. Yes, 67. Cool phone. I broke one. But I don't want to talk about that. I need to confess about that still to the person, but I don't want to talk about it. Exactly, Blue. I never understood that. Wait, what do you mean? But what about the rabbit or the bunny? It doesn't seem very lucky. That's not. It's not a thing anymore, though, right? Where did that come from? Why did that ever become a thing? Does anyone know? I will. Wisdom. There's quite a few compilations of cat feet, which is. I love that, but also humans are so fascinating. Humans are infinitely fascinating, I swear. But yeah, toe beans, man, they do something for me too. I've been hearing a lot of streamers say the same thing. Really, Scotty? Well, in my experience in real life, misogyny seems to be getting worse at a rapid pace. Even I, who doesn't really go outside and isn't in any social situations at all anymore, I still feel it quite intensely. um, and that's not good, is it? But what do we do? I'm not sure where it's coming from. Not really. Never mind, never mind. Me and women are hating on each other more and more. Yeah, and it's so weird. It's so weird because why? No, that's it really. Because why? Probably comes from constant screen time. That could be, Scotty. I think that might be it. And what you're being confronted with. I mean, if I think about the ads that I tried to flag because they were one, AI generated, and two, really explicit, and then to get an answer from pretty much every platform where I've tried to, notify the correct people of the fact that they had advertisements that were really inappropriate, you get the response that no, nothing is wrong, nothing is wrong. This is totally fine. It doesn't matter that this gets put on your feed, and you can just be confronted with explicit things that are not only AI generated, but you have told us you don't want to see. No, that's fine. It's is it AI? Is that it? Is it AI? Is it just AI? AI ruining everything. Well, generative stuff. I'm not saying AI as a tool because I do still feel AI has its place in society. We're just abusing it. We're just abusing it. What kind of book do I prefer, Slam? Oh my gosh, I do read quite a lot. Like I will read pretty much anything, and I will find a way to enjoy pretty much every book. Do I enjoy this in a way it was intended? No, not at all. Not at all. Was never going to, because this is not my kind of book. I'm reading this so I can have an informed opinion. Um, what I do enjoy is how this is challenging my brain, how it is making me think about important subjects, and how it opens a door to talk about it with you. Like consent and abusive friendships, because the Lola is not okay. Uh, I'll allow it. I think it's because of porn. It's bringing the most toxic traits out of both sexes. Well, yeah. If this is normalized, if this is what women and young girls are exposed to, this is teaching them to accept being abused, to accept that no is never no. It's always a yes, even if you say no. Not just for romantic partners, but for everyone. Because she said no, and he he keeps cornering her, and apparently that's a romantic. So girls are being taught that this kind of behavior is not only normal, it is wanted. It is romanticized. And I don't know what men are being exposed to, because I if I can't even read an explicit scene, can you imagine me on those websites? I cannot. So I don't know what men are being exposed to, but yeah, it's it's no good. It's no good. We need a third place. We need our third place back. So we talk to normal. Well, we talk to physical human beings again, as opposed to screens and stuff. Oh wait, I never finished the thought, Slam. I'm sorry, but I personally gravitate towards literary fiction. So I'm blanking right now because I'm Betty. Oh, I loved Betty. Betty was such a good book. Because my mind is truly going 100 miles an hour. East of Eden, Steinbeck, loved it. I read that one a few times. What is the title of the? Oh, Prophet Song. I wanted to bring up Prophet Song. Amazing. But in the last few years, I have been reading a little bit more fantasy, and it turns out that I adore magical realism as well. So that's what I naturally gravitate towards. But I used to be a librarian, and I think that will never leave me. So I read this kind of stuff to be informed, so I know my trade, you know. And thank you so much for the follow, Scotty. Welcome in. Sometimes it's just check out and stop thinking about what others think. Sometimes that is really the best. I would even argue most of the time, as long as you don't hurt others or yourself, it's probably for the best that you don't think about what. Because the thing is, most people are worried about themselves. Most people are not judging you, and those who are really need a hobby, and it's quite sad that they need to judge others to keep themselves busy, because I imagine there's a lot of self-hate involved in that behavior. But most people are worried about themselves. Are people, do people like my clothing? Is there something in my teeth? Is my hair looking okay? That kind of stuff. What you think, most people think as well. So most people have the same social worries and are thinking them at the same time as you are. Does it make sense? Probably due to the fact it's driven by misogyny and patriarchal world values, and you see that double effect of as soon as a woman chooses to be on sites like OnlyFans on her own terms, she's more shunned and called names. But if she had been controlled by a man, the same ones would laud her as say, yeah. The hypocrisy is also, it's baffling, isn't it? Bim? Is your name Bim? But there's a presto at the end. What am I gonna? Hello, thank you so much for the hydrate. I do need to drink some water. I have been slacking. I am sorry. If it's a guy who answers the phone when cherrypies calls with her pizza order later, I fear for him. Nah, my local pizzeria, I pretty much know everyone because I order so often, and I know how to cheat their system. And they're not happy with it, but at the same time, I do carry their store with all the pizza I consume, so they have no reason to complain. What? Who's calling? My cat? Your cat? Danny, have you been gatekeeping a cat? That's. I mean, I would time you out, but I can't. You want to be timed out, probably. You have a cat called Pim? I love that! Aw, you have been gatekeeping your cat? That's an amazing name. I love human names for pets. Those are my favorite. Exactly. You can't, if you're a mod and you don't know, you can't tell other mods, because then they lose mod status. And I found out that, oh wait, what did I do? I don't know what I did, but I guess I accepted the word pimp. That's okay. I guess, I don't know. No, I know a musician streamer who went to OnlyFans as an added income and a personal choice of political comment as a woman in power of her own body. And she could read hate from men and women alike. Yeah, the women are surprising to me, such as, I used to love your music, but showing your body ruined it. So there's this woman on Instagram that I found through her exposure therapy videos. She's the woman who does the, I mean, I'm sure there's others, but her name is Amanda, I think. Amanda talks back or something, and she pours a glass of water on the floor, and then she tells you to basically listen. Is anyone yelling at you? No, it's okay. It's just water. We can clean it up. And it was super triggering. Mod battle. I accidentally timed out a mod once, and I was shocked to find out they were no longer a mod. Anyway. Amanda, she did exposure therapy. That is how I came across her page, her channel, her whatever it is, her account. And it really helped, because I had never made that conscious connection with doing something innocuous, like knocking over something like a glass of water. And what exactly is the thing that triggers me because I have CPTSD. So the um, um, the flashes that are that you usually think of when being triggered are a lot more complicated with CPTSD, and she really helped me unravel quite a bit of it. Now, what she also did and does is what could be put under the bracket easily to make it more easy, sex work. She does voice work. She reads explicit stories and some I don't know exactly because I'm not on that website, but I know she does it because she does also take pictures of her body that are how am I going to put this? I think they're beautiful. I think she is a beautiful person. She is educated in what she is preaching. She's not just doing something for fun. She used to be a psychologist with a focus on sexuality, I think. That those are not the exact words and not the exact schooling that she had, but you know. Uh, and I heard from another woman that they loved her exposure therapy work, but the moment they found out that she does quote unquote sex work, the only thing she does is talk sexy and read out a story. And apparently that had her lose most of her female fan base. And that was baffling to me because I think she's gorgeous and I will always like her posts. Not just her exposure therapy, but also the things that she wants to share. If she wants to feel sexy and beautiful, you do you. You're not hurting me. And if you don't want to see that, that's fine. But why are you now judging? Because that was what hurt me. It wasn't just that they unfollowed her, they had to be mean to her. And now they're talking bad of her. As if just because you found her through her exposure therapy, which is linked to the rest of her therapy that she used to do, that doesn't make her a bad person. She's really good at her job as well. She is so good at her job. I admire her, and she's doing a lot for a lot of people. But what is interesting in spaces where women are allowing themselves to be empowered in their own bodies, it's often women who are most willing to tear other women down. Or maybe they're just better at it because we know where to stab. Maybe that's it. I don't know for sure. I don't know. Big corporations. Yeah, because this says it all. Scotty, this says it all. So we'll continue tomorrow. We're going to wind up having to grow babies and pause because no one's having sex and everyone hates each other. Yesterday, I was thinking about Wall-E, and this is a bit of a dark thought, but Wall-E is a children's movie, right? And I haven't seen it in a really long time, but something in me is telling me that maybe we were being desensitized to a certain lifestyle because to be completely honest, I really that. Is it in the beginning or is it throughout the movie? I don't know. Where all those overweight people are in those very comfy chairs, and they don't move. They just eat and consume things. Is what I remember. I really don't remember. But what stuck with me is the chairs and how ergonomic chairs are being sold as being the end all be all when we know for a fact that sitting is really bad. And I have a theory that bad posture, the comfortableness of especially gaming chairs is what is causing a lot of the trouble people have with their posture, actually. I really think that is what is causing posture problems, because like this, I don't think I'll ever want to stream in a comfy chair. This isn't just keeping me a little bit more focused. Yes, when I'm in too much pain, I need to lean, and I'm not physically able to keep myself up. But that is endometriosis. That is because I'm chronically ill. It's nothing to do with my general posture. I think that sitting here on this bench thing is a lot better for my posture than any comfortable chair would be, because it's a passive position, right? If you have a comfy chair that is completely accommodating. And this way, I'm not only using my muscles to keep my back straight, I'm not allowing myself to be too passive for a huge chunk of my life. We know that sitting is bad, right? We're slowly turning into little grey aliens with no genitalia. Scotty! We're turning into Barbie and Ken. But that's okay, right? Isn't it? I didn't see that movie. Uh-oh. I think I should go now. A proper ergonomic chair promotes active sitting? Really? But that's not how people use it, though, isn't it? Because people are lazy. And I am too. I know this. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Laziness is the start of invention. But not every invention is a good thing. Sometimes inventions are not good. An improper ergonomic chair promotes librarian feet. What the hell is that? What is that? Becoming Barbie and Ken would go hard, right? From what I've seen, that movie was kind of awesome, and especially Ken. Wasn't Ken great? You sell and make those chairs. It is the proper ergonomic chairs. So not the gaming chairs. Is that where I should make I don't know what that was. Should I make it? What is the word that I'm looking for here? You need to sit and stand. Yeah, I think I would never want to get a comfortable chair. I think it's the gaming chairs in particular that I'm thinking of when I think of this I really need to go. Unfinished theory. Yeah, expect to back meetings kind of days. Oh my God, Sherlock, I am so proud of you. And I don't envy you. Are you okay? What are you doing to make sure that you end the day on a positive note? I will be going to sleep in a little bit because I have been experimenting with biphasic sleep, meaning I sleep after stream. I take care of my cats, and then I lie down for about 3 hours, I would say, and then I am awake during the night hours, and I sleep for about 6 hours in the morning. Why? Because I get extremely overwhelmed during the day, and around 5-6 p.m. I get most upset. And in the past, I would push myself through that and still not have a proper night's sleep, because by the time my cortisol levels are adequately lowered, it's 3 a.m. And I've been experimenting with the biphasic sleep for a little bit now. And if you have the option, I recommend looking into it, because it's been saving my life. I also don't like summer. I hate summer. It's too bright. The sun just came out and I want to go lie down. You can put it on any product and it doesn't mean anything really. What? Most gaming chairs have little to no lumbar support. No difference between back and seat adjustments. They look so comfy, Danny. But my instinct tells me that they're actually causing a lot of physical problems, long-term problems, especially if those people don't work out. In some way. It doesn't even have to be extensive. Like a simple 10-minute yoga practice a day would suffice. But, you know, too many things are called gaming because they put flashing lights on them. I agree, Blue. I do love the lights, though. They're pretty. I think they can just use the term ergonomic willy-nilly anyway. Yeah, those words, those kind of words, like just like uh, biological, or in the case of McDonald's, 100% beef. Marketing, man, marketing. Oh, Scotty. Well, I'm glad you found your way here as well. I think you'll fit right in. Herman Miller, but what? Herman Miller, what? Oh, I was supposed to look at what Sherlock had sent. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna really quick. The baby spider is really making his home in this plant. Has everyone, or at least, oh jeez, have we seen what Sherlock posted in the Discord in the general, the TikTok? Who is that? Who is that? One, this is why you should not say no when you mean yes. Then try to just say what you mean instead, which is, I want to, but I'm afraid. This opens up communication. What do you know? And you can actually, feel comfortable with each other, or find out that you're not meant together because you need to have communication first off. But also the way he said the no, stop it. That is maybe admissible when you are an established couple and you know each other's tone of voice. If this is a kind of play that you have engaged in before, and you actually listen to when the tone shifts. So when you start with no, stop it, and you say no, it's not funny anymore, and the person listens, that's different. But I agree, no, it's the actual, don't do that when you don't know anyone. So when you don't know the person, don't be playing. What I do want to say here though is that there's this thing called fawning. And I know for a fact that I have said no in this way to protect my safety, because the man was so persistent that an actual no would have been dangerous for my safety. Because there are situations where a man will be violent upon hearing the word no. And I know this for a fact, sadly. Not just in a situation where you are being pursued on a romantic level. It is sometimes that no is fawning, which is why a no should always be a no. It's never a game. And even in an established relationship, I would argue that maybe you should have very clear communication before you walk over that no. So I guess my conclusion would be, when a person you don't know and you have no relationship with is doing the no, assume that they're fawning. And fawning is a survival strategy. It means that you're scared and you don't know how to get away aside without, to some degree, placating the person you're afraid of. That's what fawning is. It means behaving agreeable, because not being agreeable could mean danger for your life. But we should just really don't play with the word no, man. Don't do it. Just don't do it. The inverse is possible, but a hard yes doesn't mean they want to feel safe. Wait, what? Bill Burr. Oh, it's Bill Burr. I don't know. I know the name, but I don't know. I'm sorry. The inverse is possible, but hard. Yes doesn't mean they want to feel. No, yeah. So the tone of voice. Consent is such a difficult topic. It is. That's why I'm so troubled by this book. So I'm not sure how I feel about this guy. How he brings it, actually. But I think I've made myself clear, right? You understand what I mean? Hi, Ludo. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Men need to learn to accept a no as a no and just move on, not take a personal attack and then become violent as a reaction. Yeah, I mean, aside from the thing, when I was walking with Winston, the altercation that I experienced wasn't the first one. In fact, the reason I was wearing a body cam was because I asked a man to not approach me. I have a cat named Winston who I used to walk in the forest. I'm not going to get into why I'm not anymore, but a man with a dog decided I was off path, by the way, right? I wasn't on the path because I wanted to avoid men with dogs. And this man with a dog notices me, and I have to stand still because I have a cat, and a cat behaves differently. When a danger is near, they will initially try to hide and not move. So I have to wait until the person with the dog has passed. And he sees me, and he starts to approach me. So he has not said a word to me yet. I can see that he's mumbling to his dog, but he has not said anything to me. And he comes off path. And I say, no, I do not want to be approached. He's like, what? I said, no, I don't want to be approached. And he's like, we'll see about that. And I take out my phone to call the police, which is what made him stop. That is what it can... And what is unreasonable about that? I don't want to be approached. I am not here for your entertainment, stranger. We'll see about that. When I asked for a man to not approach me in the wild. In the forest, in fact. So not in a club, not in a pub, not even in a supermarket. In the wild, I asked a man not to approach me with a clear no. And he said, we'll see about that. Confusing poor choice of words for me? Should I have said it differently? Could be. No is one of the shortest words in the English language, and for some reason some idiots struggle to understand it. I mean, when you read something like this, I can understand it, that because we're being conditioned to not listen. Think of Pride and Prejudice. There's the infamous scene of the guy, the uncle or something. What is it? Cousin asking for Elizabeth's hand, and he's just like, nah. Girls are just playing hard to get. Girls say no because they're afraid to say yes, which is no. 5 red flags of stars out of 5. There haven't been a single actual consented scene. Where are we now? I mean, no, Lola and Robbie are really into each other, which is really endearing, really. I don't like Lola, but their relationship is fine. Where's Grond? Who is Grond? Well, that's the thing. We were in the middle of nowhere, so he probably thought he could get away with physically whatever the hell that old man, mind you. He was in his 50s, 60s, and he had a hunting dog. Not just any dog. He had a hunting dog, and me, a female with a dog with a cat, off path. So physically, already removed myself from the place where we would otherwise have met. I am telling you, I don't want to be approached. And you'll say, we'll see about that. Literally, there's really not a lot of leeway in the translation there, because he said in Dutch, dat zullen we wel eens zien. We'll see about that. Quite literally. There's been consent with you. Yeah, Lola and Robbie. I mean, Robbie, they're both problematic on their own, but at least their relationship is fine, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm worried. I'm worried about the woman of this region, because unfortunately that behavior is really not uncommon. Because I really try. I really tried to not be a bother to men with dogs. I couldn't be further away from confrontation. But yeah. I mean, I will too. I wish I was 50, but no. I just meant that you should have known better. You should have known better. For one, don't approach women who already said no in a park. Stop it. She said no. What do you mean? I wish. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I wish I was 50. Because then maybe if I say I'm grandma, people will take me seriously. But people don't take me seriously when I say I'm grandma. Hi, Matt. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. That was the encounter that made me start wearing a body cam, because I had so many dangerous and scary situations with men who, without asking me, approached me with their dog. And the thing why I am really not allowing anyone to convince me otherwise is because I grew up with big dogs. I know what is the word? Etiquette? No. The social rules of revolving dog owner meeting dog owner. I know the mutual respect, women or men, that is amongst dog owners. I know how they treat each other. I grew up with dogs. So the way that I was treated by men, and men only, none of the women with dogs have done what all the men with the dogs off leash, I have to add, off leash. All of them felt challenged and maybe even threatened by me asking them to not approach me with their dog, which they did without asking me, which is rule number 1 with dogs. Are you okay with our dogs meeting? And most of the time, dog owners will just avoid each other. Just in general. But there are rules that I know and grew up with that were not only just completely ignored, but invalid. And it ended up with me being physically assaulted. Because there is a certain mindset here from the men who feel like they are entitled to break all the laws because it's against the law to have your dog off leash. There is no area here in where I live where you are by law allowed to have your dog off leash. I wouldn't even ask them to leash their dog. I would just ask them to not approach me and to keep their dogs with them. And that created very dangerous situations for me, which is ridiculous. This is the Netherlands. I should be able to just go outside. But it goes a little bit deeper than that. I have since learned that the fact that I refuse to dye my hair is also a subconscious rebellion against the status quo. Apparently, when I keep saying that whatever it is about me, apparently it triggers men. Yeah, it is. My refusing to follow the social rules that keep women small and for the purpose to entertain the men in the sphere. I don't adhere to those rules. I don't care who you are. Really, if you treat me badly, then I don't want to be around you. But not dyeing my hair alone is apparently a subconscious signal to men who are of a certain mind to feel threatened by me. Didn't know that. I know now. So, I guess I'll keep that in mind, that I don't offend any man by just existing. My gosh. Some people walking their dogs didn't respect us asking them not to bring their dogs close to ours, especially Cynthia, who was afraid of all dogs. It was such a problem. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous because I swear to you, dog owners amongst each other, there are social rules. And I also know, because of that, that there are, most people hype their dogs up when they see a cat. Like, oh, kitty. And they think it's funny when the dog barks and you know, it's not. It's really not. And it's really dangerous behavior. But the audacity to, when you know for a fact that dogs and cats do not vibe with each other, to just approach, it's insanity to me. It's really insanity to me. As a runner, I've learned to not count on dog owners to keep their dog. Yeah, same, Millie. And no, I want to say that it's dog owners who don't leash their dogs, especially because when that alone is already a sign of the possibility of a certain mindset, which is the rules don't apply to me. No doesn't mean anything for me. Not for me. I love dogs, but rest assured I will jam a screwdriver through the head of a dog and owner if they threaten my cat. You should be allowed to defend yourself, because what the hell? If you just follow the rules, there's nothing wrong. The rules, the leashing is there for a reason, so everyone is safe, so no accidents happen, so no one gets accidentally bitten, and everyone can enjoy public spaces. But alas, in this town, if you have a cat, don't you dare think of using the public spaces, because the rules are not followed here. And if you ask people to just keep others in mind, they will physically attack you. Apparently, I guess, I don't know. Probably it's probably me and my gray hair. I don't know. We'll always make a sound to make sure they know I'm coming. The human or the dog? A shepherd? The thing is, it's always the humans. It's always the humans, and which is why it's so frustrating to me when something happens with a dog, because I will never stop loving dogs. It's the humans that teach the dog bad behavior, or let the dog get away with bad behavior, or let them off leash when that's really just not. It's just not done. Don't do that. And if someone asks you to leash your dog, please just leash your dog, if only for a moment. Don't be a dick. It's not an attack on you. Someone asks that probably because they don't want to be in danger. But for some reason, people take everything so freaking seriously, or so personally. It's weird. Do you want to startle the dog? That's so considerate, Millie. Hello, Nick. How are you doing? And hello, Rockstar Steven. Hope you're having a great day. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. I'm learning a lot about books. But yeah, I've had a lot of negative experiences with men with their dogs off leash. Enough that I am now an expert, I would almost say, on certain warning signs of behavior. The fact that they just were offended by having to leash their dogs is just a sign on its own. And even worse, I was lied to by the local government as well a few times about all this. But guess what? That's because they also don't follow the law. That's why they don't want to enforce the law. I need to move away from here. I need to move away! An uncultivated human is nothing more than a petri dish slime. Also, in my own self-interest, a startled dog might lash out. One has almost bit me on one occasion. Yeah, and the running is also a bit of a trigger, which is why when I still went with Winston, I would make sure that I was either not even observed in the first place. The moment I saw a dog, or Winston saw a dog, we would stop moving, in the hopes that we because we stood off path 10, 15 meters, as much as possible off path, to not be observed, to not be a bother, because that is how I experienced myself. I am apparently a bother to men with dogs because I forced them to follow the law. Oh my God. Okay? So I already was harassed to the point that I was terrified to being noticed in the first place. And we would stop moving because we didn't want to trigger the hunt instinct of the dogs. But yeah, no, it didn't help. And now we don't go outside anymore at all because it's not worth my life. It's really not worth my life. We'll figure something out. We're working on finding a place where I can build a garden for Winston. Because the sad truth is that ever since I was physically assaulted in the forest, in the middle of nowhere, the cat that used to be the reason that I also went outside again, because he loved going outside, doesn't want to go outside anymore. He has been traumatized as well. It's insane. See, now it works, and it doesn't need to be here anymore. Send me a photo of the culprit. I don't know who it is, man. I don't know who it is. I had never seen that man who assaulted me. And I was a regular in that part of the forest. So there were people I saw every day and who just left me alone. The women never bothered me at all. Didn't even try to approach me. It was just men with their dogs off leash who felt completely attacked when I asked for safety. I didn't tell them that they were breaking the law. I didn't tell them you should be leashing your dog when you're in the forest, and I am forcing you to now leash your dog the entirety of your stay in the forest, even when we're not even. No, I tried to not be observed, and when I was, I tried to just not engage, because any word is an invitation for communication. Even, and I would even say especially, the word no. So I would just try to be not observed at all. Didn't work at all. I used to take my pet parrot out, and it was so hard to. Yeah, other people are so weird. Other people are so weird. And this is why the subject of consent is so important. So desperately important. And it doesn't just go for sexually loaded subjects. It's as simple as meeting someone in the wild and they don't want to engage with you. They have no obligation whatsoever. And if you take that personally, when some stranger says, hey, I don't want to talk to you, I don't want you to approach me. In fact, there's a whole forest where you can enjoy yourself. Please don't approach me. Hi, Miracle Boy. Welcome in. Well, I'm going to go too, because I need to. I need to go take care of the cats, and I need to go lie down. But I'm sure we're going to talk about consent. We're going to talk about consent a whole lot more. Again, it doesn't just include romantic partners or romantic options. Consent also means every single no. No is no. No is no. Even if you have previously been given a yes, people are allowed to change their minds. People have the ownership of their own bodies, always. So, let's continue this conversation tomorrow. I hope I will make it to my minimum goal. I almost did, but this was so upsetting. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you. You are important. Whether you believe it or not, you are. Your presence alone. And just a reminder, you don't know who's waiting for you tomorrow, so please stick around. And if you want to hang out again, oh, right, yes, I hope so. We'll see. No pressure, right? Yes, posture check. Let's take a sip of water, everyone. I didn't even drink half. That's bad. It's bad. I'm giving a bad example. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll continue reading this problematic book, talk about interesting subjects, and I hope to see you there. All right? In the meantime, please be kind. At least try and include yourself. Pretty please. And I hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.